Hey, everybody. And of course, my hair is stringy as all get out. Uh, I am running behind as usual. Hey, Darren. Hey, Texas. Um, which I'm going to go back and pull the door closed because Brandon's already in here with me. He's eating right now, but I'm sure he'll be restless at some point because he usually is. Um, so, is everybody ready to do a little paranormal investigating tonight? At first, I didn't even think I was going to be able to do this tonight because I did have it set for 7. And I was like, there's no way I'm getting finished with work by 7. So I'm going to have to make it about 30 minutes later. And I finally just had to call it a day. And this hair is just going to keep sticking out of my hat, I guess. Better to just leave it alone. Uh, it is so freaking hot back here right now. I might have to, you know, actually, it's probably because Steve has probably messed with the thermostat. Every time he comes home, I'm going to do a little, hey, Menelec, a little bitching and moaning about Steve here. Every time he comes home, because he's trying to save money, I know, I get it, but it's not worth roasting back here. Um, the poet, you say you don't mess with ghosts, you leave them alone. Well, in some cases that might be the best thing, but we're gonna see what we can find tonight. But anyway, Steve's trying to save money all the time, and he thinks by having the thermostat turned way up more than it should be, he thinks is how we're gonna be able to, keep the bills in control. But anyways, uh, so I have my soup because I haven't had time to eat supper or dinner or whatever you guys call it in your neck of the woods. I always thought dinner sounded too much like a lunch. So when I was growing up, we always called it supper. But I know some people call, noontime lunch and they call evening supper. Dinner rather. So whatever you call it, that's what I'm having now. So I hope you guys don't mind me eating a little uh, soup here and there as we go through this investigation process. I did almost work a 12-hour shift today, guys, believe it or not, but you can bet your booty I'm going to take off early on Friday, even earlier than I usually do. And they shouldn't complain because Fridays are usually slower. And as it stands now, I'll be able to get off by 11 a.m. So during the daily grindhouse, which is coming up here in just a little bit, I'm going to be bitching and moaning a little bit about work. And I'm going to say something good about work. So, it was a good, bad day today. It started out pretty decent and then kind of just went downhill from there. Um, to the point where I kept trying and trying and trying and trying to get stuff wrapped up and finished up that I thought I needed to do today. Didn't quite make it, and I thought, I am not going to work all night. I'm getting the hell off here. I'm going to decompress. I'm going to do my live stream, and that's what I'm going to do. But I did literally almost work a 12-hour shift. And that's including a 30-minute lunch. I was still at 11 hours and something. So take a breather, Dana. And yeah, Texas, I hope this will be interesting tonight. I hope nobody gets bored. Uh, and maybe we'll pick up something tonight. Maybe we won't. But hell, it's worth a try, right? So, um, to remind you of some upcoming things again before I get to the Daily Grindhouse. Wednesday, I don't know about tomorrow night. I already had this one planned, or I probably wouldn't have done anything tonight, as tired as I am. But I did plan it. I was looking forward to it. And a lot of times these live streams help me decompress, which is definitely what I need today. So I don't know about tomorrow night. I just don't know at this point. I'm just gonna have to see how I feel tomorrow. Wednesday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, TJ and I will be covering the second half of the second season of Monsters episodes. So be on the lookout for TJ and I to be doing that on Wednesday night. Thursday will be another paranormal experiences. Dirk will be on with me, sharing some of his paranormal experiences and also talking about some ghostly stories about some locations in Louisiana where he's from. So he's taken lots of notes, and so he should have some really good information and really good stories for us come Thursday. And if I think of anything paranormal related that I haven't talked about yet, I will bring that up at that time. And let's see, Fridays I usually take off from doing live streams generally, which brings us to the upcoming weekend and the watch-alongs that will be going on. So that will be May 20th. Eyes of a Stranger, and I'm not sure just yet what I'm going to be doing on Sunday. I'm definitely going to have to come up with something. It'll either be another horror movie or it'll be a comedy movie. One of the two. So I'm going to pick one out to complement the other, kind of, sort of, maybe, or maybe not at all. But it'll be something. So we got all that coming up this week. A lot of stuff that you guys will hopefully be excited about and look forward to. Okay. And I do want to apologize for those of you that were in here for the duration of the watch along for Bachelor Party last night. I got very, very tired at some points in time and was literally almost dozing off. And I do not like to do that. I'm the host of the live stream. I shouldn't be dozing off. So for any of you that noticed that I was kind of starting to nod off and kind of jerked awake a couple of times, I do apologize for that. I am going to certainly try to do better for future watch-alongs. I usually don't do that. My damn hat. I think I'm going to take it off for just a little bit. I know I've said before that's part of who I am. That's kind of part of my gimmick is to have my Evil Dead chick hat on. But it is so blamed hot back here right now that I can't hardly stand it. And maybe if it cools off a little bit later, I will put the hat back on. I really need to, as crazy as my hair looks. It looks terrible. For which I do apologize. I know I look terrible too, for which I apologize. But once again, I am not on here to impress anybody with looks. So I'm usually on here to entertain. So if I can entertain you, we're doing well. So I think I'm just going to pull my hair back a little bit. Please excuse it. It's a little wild now. I just took it out of the ponytail holder. And I am going to take a bite of soup here. So, before we lose anybody, I'm going to go ahead and do the introduction for the Daily Grindhouse. Going to do a little bitching and moaning, and maybe just a little bit of sugar and spice will be mixed in with that bitching and moaning to make it easier for all that to go down, right? And then we'll go ahead and get started with this investigation. So here we go. All righty. So let's get to the bitching and moaning, shall we? So it's like I told Steve. I said, Steve, my husband, not Steve, my boss. Um, every time I get to feeling good about the job and feeling good about things and comfortable in my own skin and so to speak, something comes along that just makes the day shitty and makes me stress out all over again. So the good thing that happened today was I got up my courage. Well, actually, I didn't have to get up my courage because my boss, Steve, wanted to know if I had some free time to discuss something today. We were going to discuss something other than my being stressed out and my concerns. So I thought. So got on there and he was talking to me about things he wanted me to start doing. As far as like onboarding and stuff like that. He's wanting me to start to onboard more doctors that come in. We have a girl that she does a lot of them, but she's going through some personal problems right now. And my boss is not sure when she's going to be in, back to work rather. So he wants me to, kind of pick up the slack that would be left without her processing these new doctor accounts. Okay. So then he said, "So tell me what's going on with you." I said, "Do you mean it's about my stress and stuff?" And he said, "Yeah." So I said, "Well, I was able to finally put a name to the issue. Uh, so it was probably good that I waited a while before I actually talked to him about it." And I said, "What I really need to feel more comfortable and to be less stressed," I said, "I know we still need to be responsible for a certain amount of things. But I said it would really help me out. It was if I was able to narrow my focus down a little bit." And I said, for instance, I could do all the onboardings. And he said, "And the offboardings?" And I said, "Yeah." And I said, "I could also do printer, scanner, Cloud9 stuff, all those things. Those are things that I feel comfortable doing." He said, "Even the x-ray stuff related to Cloud9?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." So he seemed very receptive to those things. And he said that was what one of the other guys on the help desk told me, only he wasn't able to articulate it in that way. But he said, "I get what you're talking about. You need to be able to not be pulled so many directions." I said, "Yeah, in a nutshell, yeah, that's exactly what I need." And so he said, "Okay, I'm going to try to set up a meeting with me and you and Aaron." And Aaron is our guy now on the help desk that divvies the tickets out. So I think soon I will be getting less of these just oddball tickets, and then my tickets will be more specific to the things that I've said I would be willing to do. And I think that my boss is pleased that we're offering me and the other guy, and I don't know who else has said that, but I do know one other person on the help desk has discussed this with Steve. Um, that we're willing to take this stuff and run. Because he said he thanked me for being honest with him. And I said, "Well, you don't know what you don't know. If somebody doesn't tell you what's going on with them, then you would never know." And he said, "Well, yeah, that's right." And he said that me and the other person combined, I believe, are going to be taking 1/5 of the total amount of tickets. So I take that to mean we're going to be taking some of the stress off some of the other people, because no longer will they have to worry about things like procurement, which the other person is taking, or onboarding, offboarding, all of those things. Me and this other person will be taking care of those things. Okay. Um, so that was the good part of today. And then, I was working my tickets and going through things and doing this, that, and the other. And then I got two kind of disgruntled people, and both of them were related to onboardings, which I had just accepted as one of my main areas of focus. Um, but I was sick a day last week, which put me behind on some onboardings. I found out later Steve was trying to help me out, my boss, a little bit by taking some of those on. But he told me when I told him about this later, one of the team members gave me a 2 simple sat rating and said they were unsatisfied or dissatisfied rather. And so I try not to let stuff like that bother me, because I guess maybe sometimes in the heat of the moment people do that. But they really don't realize how this affects some people. Some people are more sensitive to that kind of stuff than others. Especially me, who was just told in my performance evaluation that I had the highest simple sat rating of anybody on the help desk. And I was proud of that. Damn it, I was proud of it. And I really don't want anything to jeopardize it for people getting pissy over me not getting an onboarding ticket done as quickly as they would like. Okay. Um, so when I told Steve about it, and I told him that this person had gave me a 2 and said they were dissatisfied, he said, don't worry about it. He said, they got pissy with you, right? I said, well, yeah, in a way they did. And he said, don't worry about it. He said, hey, he said, look, he said, you think I've never gotten a 2 rating before? And like, he's the IT manager. So, if he can shrug it off and go on, then surely I can as well. So, um, I'm going to try not to worry about it. The other person didn't give me a bad rating, but they made it plain that this didn't get done to their satisfaction, and since it had been assigned, nothing had been done on it, and they had to call and get it worked on. And I thought, well, la-di-da, good for you. I didn't say that, but that's what I thought. And then, the cherry on top of the freaking Sunday today was I helped this woman with something, and she's one of these people that is a higher up and somebody that IT likes to keep happy. I mean, my boss has said over and over, we need to keep this person happy because they're a pistol. Basically, that's what was told to me. So I helped this person, and they have always been nice to me and all that stuff. But I don't want that niceness to stop. So that's the reason why I was upset over this. Not that I necessarily think it's my fault, but I'm afraid that if this person gets upset, if we can't fix this issue, they're going to put the spin on it to my boss that something I did before messed up what's going on now. So I helped somebody get their groups back in Outlook, and I'm not going to go into a big long thing about what groups are in Outlook, but they were so happy. We got the groups back. They said everything was working great. And I said, okay, great. I said, and I probably dug my own grave here. I said, if you need anything else, just hit me up on Teams. Let me know. So later this afternoon, after I'd been on a 2-hour phone call trying to fix a damn document scanner, I was put out with that. I've got to figure out what's going on with it, why it won't let me reinstall the software and all that jazz. Um, so then this person messaged me and says, I'm freaking out a little bit, Dana. Um, I guess essentially they were storing emails to send out at a later time in their outbox. They said they had like 40 emails that they were going to be sending out over the next couple of months. And when I told my Steve, my husband Steve, when I told him about it, he said, what kind of stupid person stores it? You don't store stuff to send out in your outbox. He said the outbox is just a temporary place for stuff that you do send to sit until like the server pulls it off and sends it wherever it needs to go. Okay. So she's evidently been storing up these emails in the outbox. And now all of a sudden her outbox is empty. Not the inbox, but the outbox. And so I tried a few things and nothing I did got those emails to come back. So I asked one of the other guys on the help desk, the guy that actually divvies out the tickets, because he's been on the help desk for a while. He's very knowledgeable. And he said, we may need to talk about this tomorrow. But he said, from what I know about Outlook, he said, I'm afraid it's not going to turn out very well for her. But again, what I'm afraid of is she's going to say, well, I know what happened. What Dana did to fix my groups, deleted all that stuff out of my outbox. But I don't really freaking see how. What I did would have taken all her stuff out of her outbox, but not taking it out of anywhere else. It just doesn't jive with me. It doesn't gel, you know. So I guess I'll find out more tomorrow about it. But anyway, that I'm through bitching and moaning about my partially good, partially shitty day today at work. Thank you, Texas. You say you should be proud. That's excellent. Millie, you said glad you recovered a little. Yeah, just a little bit. So anyway, let's just get to this. I'm going to get out my little books here. And again, guys, this is not going to be reading hour with Evil Dead Chick or anything like that. Okay. I'm just merely going to go over a few things, and it's probably going to be from the thinnest of these books. And again, I'm not going to read the whole damn book to you. And then we're going to go ahead and we're just going to start investigating. Okay. And if any of you out there watching have your own ghost hunting or paranormal equipment, and you want to follow along as I'm showing how to do this stuff, for instance, if you have your own spirit box and you want to just test it out at your house while I'm testing it out here, that is fine. If you just want to watch what I'm doing and see if we pick up anything, you can do that. We do have 9 people watching right now, so I realize that not everybody is chatting, but that's okay. At least people are in here watching. Okay. So let's just go over a few things from this little thin ghost hunting book. Okay. And you don't have to refer to it as ghost hunting if you don't want to. I mean, some people are like, yeah, that sounds so cheesy, ghost hunting. That sounds like, you know, some people don't want to pigeonhole themselves in with some of these ghost hunters that have their own television shows and cable television shows. So let me give you a little background on this Randall Kropp that actually put together this ebook and what subsequently became a print book. So he began his search for the paranormal with what a lot of people do, cynical abandon. Okay. A friend had invited him to attend a ghost investigation at the Schiller Piano Factory in Oregon, Illinois. And I don't know, hey, Blissful, I don't know how many people from Illinois actually come to my streams, but if you live in Illinois or you're from Illinois and you know about the Schiller Piano Factory and can share some stories, feel free to, either one, come on here live with me on the stream. I do have a link in the chat, which I can repost if anybody needs it. Um, but yeah, you can jump on here at any point in time while I'm doing this investigation. Uh, so this person came for a laugh, and instead he left with a new perspective on life. Okay, it sounds melodramatic, and perhaps it is, but that was the truth. I found something in the darkness of our hunt, and I captured it with my audio recorder. And ever since then, my life has been different. It used to be that I was afraid of the dark, but now I am fascinated by what I may find within it. So, if you share the same fascination, then you might be interested in learning how to investigate on your own or with another team. I have compiled a long list of helpful techniques and educational documents for your perusal. By reading this book, you should find yourself prepared, equipped, and educated on what it takes to pursue the paranormal world. So, without much further deliberation, let's begin the process. Your life is going to be changing very shortly. Okay. So, he goes on to preface this investigation process uh, by saying, for as long as humans have been alive, we have been fascinated by death. The mere idea of life and death could be enough to shake you to your core, whatever you actually are. Are you a spirit that is trapped in a physical shell sent here by some god up above? Are you merely a conception of humanity playing out your role in someone else's dream? These questions are unanswerable. We don't know what life really is. We also don't really understand death. And I really think that's true too. Death, the word is so short, so simple, and so finite. I assume that death is what brought you to my book. You're curious about what happens after, afterlife, the afterlife. You want to find out how you can communicate with ghosts, with spirits, with whatever they are. Maybe you've seen the television shows that showcase ghost hunters going from haunted building to haunted building. Maybe you've had your own personal experience with something beyond the grave. Maybe you think this is all a joke and you're just here for a laugh. And that may be a variety of reasons why people are watching me tonight. In a way, it doesn't matter what you think. We are here to talk about communing with the dead, whatever death may mean to you. I've been hunting ghosts for years, and what's more, I've been finding them. I was once a skeptic of all things dealing with ghosts, religion, and the paranormal. I once teetered on the edge of complete apathy, and that apathy very nearly killed me. Then I talked to someone beyond the grave. I communicated with someone on the other side, whatever that may mean. As a result, my life has changed. I found purpose. I found a question to cling to. What does death actually mean? Death certainly doesn't mean the end of us. So, based on that, death certainly doesn't mean the end of us. I hope that you guys take some comfort in that, especially those of you that. I'm not saying it's wrong to fear death. I fear death. I feared death for a long time, but perhaps we're looking for more insight into death. Maybe if we understood that death is not the end, um, then we might be a little less scared of of impending death, right? So, and that's me talking and not necessarily stuff in this book. Um, Today, I'm going to teach you the fundamentals of hunting ghosts, of communicating with the dead. I'm going to walk you through my techniques and impart on you some of the wisdom I found during my experiences. This book is meant to be used as another tool in your ghost hunting toolbox. You don't need to read it from cover to cover. Pick through and find the information that you need. Happy hunting. Okay, so chapter one, of course, is, and guys, I promise we're going to get to using the equipment. I just want to give you some background here. And I've lost two people during this, so they might be starting to get bored. So, what are ghosts and why do we hunt them? If you were to ask a dozen different paranormal enthusiasts this question, you would likely get a dozen very different answers. Speaking on the subject of ghosts requires you to open up your mind a little bit. And that's something, guys, that I want you guys that are watching this to open your mind to this. Even if you are not a believer, if you're a half believer, if you are fully believing in this stuff, I still want you to open your mind a little bit wider to what we're going to talk about tonight. Darren, said, my late father always believed in reincarnation. I don't believe this is the end either. And Darren, that's something that I've told Steve over and over again is, and that's something I'm going to do too. I'm going to intersperse my own thoughts within some of the stuff we're reading tonight, or I'm reading tonight, is that if I thought death was the final end, that there was nothing after that, to me, that would be very depressing. And that's something that he claims that he believes in, that once you're dead and gone, and there's no rebirth, there's no coming back. He doesn't believe there's a heaven. He doesn't believe there's a hell. He doesn't believe there's God. Doesn't believe there's the devil. So he says. So, I hate to put it this way, but his belief is that once you die, you're worm food. No, unless you get I almost said reincarnated, unless you get cremated, of course. Okay, so moving on here. So we need to allow speculation to run wild tonight. Okay, guys, we need to just open our minds up as wide as humanly possible to all this stuff we're hopefully going to see, hear, and perhaps even touch. Okay. We'll first delve into the accepted definition of ghost before moving on with my own perspective. Okay. And if I have anything to add about my perspective on the definition of a ghost, I will do so. So, the ghost definition from a dictionary is an apparition of a dead person that is believed to appear or become manifest to the living, typically as a nebulous image. That's layman's terms for ghost. That a ghost is just a representation of a once living being. Simple, right? The dictionary definition may wrap things up with a bow, but it does nothing to actually explain to us what a spirit is actually. Let's put our dictionary away. So everybody put your dictionaries away. Forget about any dictionary definitions of the word ghost, okay? So Randall's perspective on this that has been learned and honed through countless ghost hunting expeditions. Okay, he mentions your shell and your spirit. He says, take a moment to look at yourself. Okay, so everybody take a moment to look at yourself. Do you see your body, your flesh? Everything that comprises your physical being is simply a shell. What you are is the spark underneath. You are the I in your head. You are the running monologue that never stops. You are an ego, intellect, mind, and soul all wrapped up into one being. When you pass on, that is to say, when your physical body ceases to thrive, it is this collection of concepts that continues to exist. What they collectively call a soul. Okay? So in physics, there is a law of conservation of energy that insists that energy cannot be destroyed nor created. Everybody remember your physics lessons? It simply moves from container to container. There is a lot of scientific jargon that goes behind this concept, but you don't need to know it all right now. Our soul, whatever we are, is comprised of energy. When our bodily shell ceases to be, then our spirit is released and our energy is what continues on. So, Randall says, when I sit inside of an old hospital and I bust out my EVP monitor, I'm communicating with a person as represented by their spiritual energy. This is the same person that once existed within a fleshy shell, only now they are made free of their physical manifestation. I don't blame you if you are already tuning me out. This is a tough concept to swallow, and it is even harder to balance against the various religions in the world. I don't think the belief in ghosts runs afoul of most religion, but that is another topic for another day. So I talked a little bit about demons last night, so I'm not going to reread that. So we'll skip on over to I'm going to read this very last paragraph on demons, and then we're going to move on to hunting ghosts, a noble pursuit, okay? But, I don't want to scare anybody or anything or make them think that we're going to conjure up demons. That is not what I'm planning on doing tonight. But in your own investigations, if you choose to do your own investigation, hey, nobody really, goes out looking for trouble, right? But wouldn't it be nice if somebody just gave you a word of warning before you run into something you might not totally understand, and then you would have a better understanding and thus a better way to avoid it next time. Okay. So, let's see. The goal of demonic entities is to find a new body to inhabit. Again, not trying to scare you. Or at the very least, to render their angst upon the living so as to make someone else's physical life as miserable as theirs once was. Demons lust after the living. They want to take your energy. They want to inhabit your body. They want to harm you. If this doesn't scare you, then you aren't ready to continue on. Okay. He doesn't say then you are ready to continue on. So if this scares you guys, you're in good company because it scares the shit out of me. And evidently, it scared the shit out of Randall, who wrote this book. Okay. So, hunting ghost, a noble pursuit. Now, if you're accepting of my words, then you now understand what spirits are, or more accurately, what they likely could be. Do you accept these words? Do you still want to pursue communing with the dead? We thought so. So let's talk about why you should and shouldn't ghost hunt. Because some people may, even after this tonight, they may be fascinated with it, but then again, they may say, I don't want to do it myself. I don't mind watching someone else do it. Some people seek out the spiritual world because they want to find a lost loved one. They want to once more connect with the spirit that they knew in his or her physical form. We do not suggest pursuing ghost hunting if this is why you have come to us. Okay. So, guys, I'm not saying it's wrong to do that. Just keep that in the back of your mind somewhere. When you pursue ghosts, you're opening yourself up to them. Someone who is emotionally raw, for instance, someone that a loved one has just died and they are dead set on contacting said person who has passed, okay? And they haven't really gotten closure. They think this will give them closure. They open their soul up to demonic entities, possible demonic entities, and thus they put themselves at risk. So just remember, if you're raw, you haven't gotten that complete closure, you're opening yourselves wide open to not only harmless entities, but also possible demonic entities who would take advantage of your emotional weakness at that point. Okay. Now, watch, I'm going to lose everybody because they're going to be scared that the demons are going to come. Um, in all things dangerous, we counsel caution. Shrug yourself free of this concept and find closure in other ways. In other words, don't look to ghost hunting or paranormal investigations in a way to find closure when something tragic happens, okay? You're just too raw to be doing that just after someone passes, okay? So, Randall suggests pursuing the world of ghost hunting for a far more noble reason: knowledge. There is no pursuit more pure than that of knowledge, and I firmly believe that we owe it to ourselves to understand as much as possible of the world around us. By embracing the concepts of spirits, by pursuing them with the techniques you're about to learn, you can round out your understanding of what life actually is. Could there be any reason more profound? Hey, 71, you say, did my dream demons come in here? Well, I haven't seen them personally, 71. Well, hopefully they will stay away. We're certainly not going to try to conjure them up tonight. So, a final note that Randall has, he says, you've made it through my ramblings and are close to embarking on your quest. Before you go, I want to take a moment to warn you, to let you pause and really reflect. The pursuit of ghosts is a life-changing endeavor, and I want to extend that same warning to you, okay? The first time I heard a voice come through my audio recorder, I was stunned, as I was too. I told y'all about the first EVP recording that I got where I could actually hear someone say my name. I had been born and raised a skeptic. I challenged the very notion of the spirit. I was a cynical being who was floating through life and taking everything at face value. For most of my life, the world had been a puddle, all shallow, all surface, all superficial. Then the voice came through and my spark was ignited. Since then, I've spent nights in some of the most haunted places around. I felt things, I've seen things, I've had conversations with beings in another realm, another phase of existence. I'm not the same man that I was, and you won't be either, or the same woman. You can't dip into the other side without taking it home with you. This is a scary thought, but it is also invigorating, enlightening, and evolutionary. Remember, guys, hopefully your life is about to change. Embrace it. Okay, so now we're finally going to get to the tools that you will need in your ghost hunting toolbox. Okay, a lot of these things I will already have. I'm sure there will be some of these things that I don't have. Okay, so Randall goes on to say, if you've made it this far, and there are 10 of you in here now, I know you're serious about pursuing the other side, and that is why I'm about to let you sift through my tried and true, battle tested ghost hunting techniques. Like anything in life, you will need to prepare a ghost hunting, in order to succeed. And that's with everything, all right? This means that you will need to learn techniques, purchase equipment, and hone your ghost hunting mindset. Let's begin with the basics. Okay, so the first basic is a ghost hunting toolbox. Okay, and over the last couple of days or so, I have showed you my basic ghost hunting tools. Okay, so one of my Randall says one of my favorite paranormal television shows is Ghost Adventures. Okay. Hey, Rooster, you say I'm here and ready, Dana. While you may have opinions as to the veracity of the show, and me personally, I'm not a big fan of Ghost Adventures. You can't deny how well prepared the crew is when they go into each investigation. What makes this crew so revolutionary is that they are constantly pushing the envelope in regards to ghost hunting technology. They always have a new device on hand. Most of the devices are garbage, and he admits to that, but few of them work well. We believe that every investigation should begin by first assembling a well-prepared toolbox. Let's take a look at Randall's toolbox, okay? First thing, digital audio recorder. Now, remember when I showed you the two, well, just trying to get them out of the door here. Remember when I showed all of you the EVP recorder or just plain old voice recorders that I have? I have the one that came with my ghost hunting kit. I have an Olympus voice recorder that I bought separate. Okay. But here's the deal, guys. Even though I have these and I've already purchased them, and the one came in my kit and was included, I'm going to keep them, and there are going to be times that I will use them. But right now, the batteries are dead in both of these devices, okay? So, what do you do if you go to turn on your voice recorder one day, or perhaps you don't want to purchase a voice recorder? You're like, no, I'm not spending my hard-earned money on a voice recorder. What else you got, Dana? So, what else I have is my cell phone. Something that a lot of people nowadays already have on their person, right? So it's not another piece of equipment that you've got to purchase and spend money on, okay? So all you will need to have on your cell phone, that's Reggie, by the way, is some kind of sound recorder. Some of the cell phones already have something on them, but if not, I'm sure you can go to the Apple store, the Apple App Store, and get stuff. Mine is an Android phone, and so I go to the Google Play Store. And I have something called a smart recorder. And it's not anything fancy, it's pretty basic. You bring it up, you press the little microphone or tap the little microphone when you're ready to start recording. You can name your recordings and all that. So, well, thank you, Rooster. You say those are nice ones. Rooster, you say I like the kitty toys that work from picking up motion. Oh, yeah. So if you already have something like this on your cell phone. I not only use this, sometimes for ghost hunting, paranormal investigations, but I also use it to record commentaries when Steve and I do a commentary. And we did a commentary for Frostbiter, The Wrath of the Wendigo, not very long ago, like this past weekend. And Steve said, "Do you want to use your phone?" And I said, "Yeah, I'll just bring up the smart recorder." Okay. So here it is. And these recorders, for the most part, are free. Now, if you want to get a more robust app and you want to, spend the few bucks to get it, then by all means. But in all actuality, it is not a requirement for ghost hunting. So, if you don't already have any voice recorders, a voice recorder or multiple voice recorders like I've got, or you have a voice recorder and the batteries are dead when you want to use it, the next best thing is your cell phone with an app to record. Okay? So, there's that. So, actually, Randall says that's the first piece of gear that you need to add to your toolbox. It's simple and affordable. It's a digital audio recording device. There is no tool more important or more profound than this piece of tech. For reasons that we can't quite comprehend, ghosts tend to communicate through these devices in the form of EVPs. EVP stands for electric voice phenomenon. During an EVP session, you will record yourself asking questions to a haunted room. Now, remember back when I said, you may be thinking, well, why do I need a voice recorder of any kind other than to document these things? Well, here's why. Because generally, you don't hear it as it's happening. You can hear yourself asking the questions, but you will not hear a response, if there is a response, until the recording is played back. Okay? Hence, the importance of recording it so that you can play it back. And also, remember when I told you when I was at Waverly Hills and Steve and I went on that 2-hour tour, and I was just taking pictures of anything and everything, basically, at different areas of Waverly Hills. And remember when I said I did not see anything spirit wise until I went and looked back at my pictures, which were blown up on the computer. Okay. That's when I saw the girl or woman that was not in our group, that didn't have clothes like us, didn't have a hairstyle like us, and had a hat with a bow on it that looked very much like some hats from the 20s, which was exactly when Waverly Hills was a TB hospital. Okay. So take that with a grain of salt, if you will. And you can take what you believe in. If you don't believe any of it, then you don't have to. Thank you, Texas. Texas says, please hit that like button, you mofos. I tell you again, Texas is one of my biggest supporters and biggest promoters, by the way. And I don't tell him to do these things. He just always does them, for which I'm profoundly grateful for those things. So, when you play back your recording, if you are lucky, that is when you will hear the voice or voices answering you. You can find a recorder on Amazon for under $30, depending on what kind you get. Bring a couple of these recording devices with you when you go to investigate. And something else I want to bring up, I was talking about batteries running down. and then you not being able to use your device. And why he brings up the fact that it's important to have extra batteries for your devices that take batteries. Here's why. When you are in the presence of spiritual energy, that spiritual energy will drain the battery power out of camcorders, cell phones, voice recorders, spirit boxes, whatever you got that's running on batteries. And I know this to be true because when I was in Waverly for the 6-hour half-night investigation, all of the battery power ran down in all of my devices except my cell phone, for which the last part of the investigation, I was required to use my cell phone to record audio, to record video. I was actually using my phone when we were in the death tunnel and saw the apparition of the woman in the long dress. Okay. Okay. So, personal experience, okay, that Randall has had with a digital audio recorder. He says, my digital audio recorder is the single most important piece of equipment that I own. Before filming an episode of Project Paranormal, one of my photographers set up their audio recorder while they prepped their cameras. On the recorder, I heard my camera woman say, sorry for all the noise, as she rifled through her bags. Immediately after, clear as day, a woman's voice followed by saying, be quiet. So the camera woman was the only female in the building. Now, again, take from that what you will. You know, skeptical people will call bullshit on that. And, of course, he can't prove it unless he has video of it. Yes, I get that. Or, he was to show video and play back the audio. The second piece of equipment is a digital camcorder, which, again, I do have. But if you are not currently in possession of a digital camcorder, I am not saying to do proper ghost hunting, you have to do that. That you have to run right out now and purchase a digital camcorder, okay? Now, I think the days of having to absolutely have one of those are getting, smaller and smaller, the necessity for them. But I do have one. And actually, I have two digital camcorders. I have a Samsung camcorder that I did not get specifically for ghost hunting. This one I specifically got for ghost hunting or paranormal investigations. And I believe I had this with me at Waverly the second time I went. It's just a high definition camcorder. You can also take pictures of it. It fits really easily in the palm of your hand here. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to turn it on and show you anything specific with it because the battery is down in it. And for whatever reason, I'm guessing they didn't sell these with the battery charger, or I have seemed to have lost mine. So I'm going to have to invest in one. But although that one is not usable right now, and like I said, you don't have to have one of these, right? Because why? Because depending on what type of phone you have, you may have a very good video camera built into your phone, right? So here's my other digital camcorder that my parents got me when I still lived at home. Did not get it for ghost hunting. Wasn't that into ghost hunting at that time. Hey, X-Ray. X-Ray says, damn, Dana, you are a regular Kochak, the Night Stalker. X-Ray, you say, Steve is sort of like your Vincenzo. Vincenzo. Yeah. Sometimes he is. And, actually, Steve loves that show. And so, but this one basically works the same way the other one does. And I was able to charge it up last night. So let me see if I can find the power button here. That's the thing. When I don't use these all the time, I forget. There we go. So, of course, this thing's been off for a while. And it wants me to set the day and time, which I'm not really going to do right now. But, so I have like 116 minutes, just under 2 hours that I could film on this one charge. And everybody knows their own little camcorders that they have them. So I'm not going to go into great detail about this. So I just took a picture inadvertently here. So I have just switched it over to video. And if I wanted to, that's one thing I did when I was investigating. I forgot to open the lens cap on it at some points in time, just because I was so excited. Well, there's a movie of Steve on here. Forgot what I did then. Now we just do stuff a lot with the phone, but so if I was to I am recording now. I could just, literally, film for a while, right? So, I just could film certain things, and I could do the same thing with my cell phone, pretty much, right? And again, you might not always see something while you're filming, right? You may find it later. So I'm just, you guys know how to use a camcorder. So I'm going to turn this off for now. Okay. Just to save on battery power there. But that was just, again, I know you guys know how to use, a camcorder. Most people in this day and age know how to use a camcorder, but yep, we don't normally use them anymore, do we? Normally, people do things with their cell phones. Their cell phones are robust enough to be able to handle most anything. Okay? So, back to what Mr. Randall Kropp says. He says the most expensive purchase you'll need to make when you begin your ghost hunting career is your camera. We suggest getting a camcorder that can record in infrared, ultraviolet, or full spectrum. Okay, so you know how I said you don't necessarily have to order or purchase yourself a digital camcorder. But if you want something that has a little more bells and whistles on it than what your cell phone or a normal digital camcorder has, you may want to invest in money. But I'm not investing one that costs a little more money. But I'm not going to say that you have to in order to have a proper investigation. Being able to record while the lights are out is of the utmost necessity. We'll get into the whys later. For now, just trust us on this. Again, head to Amazon or your local electronics store to look for options that fit your budget. Again, don't go broke getting this stuff, especially if you're a beginner. Okay. I've had impeccable success. The Bell and Howell line of IR camcorders, and they typically will run you under $200, at least at the time this book was written. Okay. His personal experience with the digital camcorder. He was investigating the third floor of an attic of a building from an episode of Project Paranormal. We set up multiple cameras at once during our EVP sessions. Our B cam caught an orb flying through the air and into our A cam. The A cam's battery died minutes later, despite being fully charged. Remember when I said that spiritual energy will drain the battery power from your devices? So that's something to keep in mind. An EMF detector. Okay. This is my EMF detector. And those of you that remember me showing this last night, there you can see the little green light that lets you know it's on. But I also said if you get it too close to things like computers, televisions, microwaves, stuff like that, it's going to cause this sucker to go crazy, because this thing measures electromagnetic fields. But something else that gives off electromagnetic fields is spiritual entities. Okay. So what you do with this thing is basically you can walk around your house, or if you're in a location that's supposed to be haunted, you can walk around and take this EMF reader or meter with you, and just kind of scan it around and see if this thing lights up like a Christmas tree. Okay. Because basically, like I said last night, if you're either in the presence of something like a computer, a television, a microwave, or very close to some spiritual energy, this thing will light up like a Christmas tree. As you can see, there are 5 lights on this thing. And if you are in the presence of either some known electromagnetic field, and you can see that second light going off, but this one isn't really going off. Now a couple of lights flickered. It could be related. I could be getting it a little close to my computer monitor. But usually when there's spiritual energy around, this thing will be flickering and lit up kind of clear across the board. Okay. 71, you say, if I had that in my house, it would be going like a Christmas tree. Yeah, I would actually like to see that. And believe it or not, I didn't want to say this to Steve because I was afraid of making him sad. I was just testing it out the other day, and I brought it close to the box that has my dog Linnea's ashes in it, or our dog Linnea's ashes in it, and that thing lit up like a Christmas tree. It was flickering all over the place. All the lights were flickering. So take what you want from that. There are no strong electromagnetic fields around where the box with her ashes is. Okay. So a little bit more about EMF detector. So our theory is that ghosts are actually just the energy representation of our spirit. It stands to reason that an EMF detector will go a long way toward actually detecting spirits. EMF detectors can be expensive when you go for higher end brands, but the uptick in price is worth it. Imagine navigating through life looking for something that cannot be seen. Now imagine that an EMF detector is a radar that allows you to find what you're looking for. These are invaluable tools, and EMF detectors shouldn't be your primary investigative tool, but it makes a fine companion piece. Just be aware of false readings. Okay. So, what I also have in my beginner ghost hunting kit or starter ghost hunting kit is something called a Gauss Master, which works basically the same way that an EMF detector will work. Okay. Only this sucker, you hear that noise? And it also has, you hear that? And notice when I have it near my tower, my computer tower, it goes crazy, right? That's because of the electromagnetic field surrounding it. Now, this theoretically will do the same thing if there's a lot of spiritual energy around. So this is a more like an audio version of what this is. Okay. Again, you can see when it's really close to electromagnetic fields, it goes crazy. Okay. So I'm going to set that back down there. Um, yeah, I could 71, but the only thing I'm afraid of is if Steve finds out that I did it, if he happens to get up, he may be really upset with me moving her ashes off of the shelf where we keep it to back here. And if I was to drop it or, something was to happen, I'd be in Dutch. But otherwise, I would do it. I would. I love Linnea. I still love Linnea. I always love my dog, but I would do it otherwise. 71, you say all I'd have to do is put that in any of the rooms and base of my basement, and you see all kinds of freak out. Hey, Derek, you say, hey, Dana, how in the F is everyone doing tonight? A little tired, Dirk, but I'm doing good. So, moving right along. Now, Randall's personal experience with EMF detectors. I was working on my way through the Schiller Piano Factory in Oregon, Illinois during an overnight investigation. The building was bereft of energy and sensitive enough to register on our detector. We had been there 4 hours without picking up a single trace on our EMF detector. Suddenly, as we were walking, our EMF detector starts to rapidly beep. So mine doesn't beep. This thing's still making a noise. I'm trying to get it to shut up a little bit. The other night it was quiet. And now it's just kind of wanting to make a buzzing sound. I'm not sure why. Yeah, surely. See, now I just want to show you guys this. I'm not really around the computers at this point. So pressing and holding the side panel button, this measures background levels of EMF. See that? Or you hear that? So there is definitely, if you go by what it's telling you in this book and otherwise, I guess that thing will shut up at some point. You can see that there's a lot of background EMF electromagnetic fields around me. So there could be tons of spiritual energy in here. This is where I have actually been able to get the most activity too. And this is a built on room in here. So I can only surmise. I don't think this thing is going to shut up. I'm trying to get it to kind of be quiet. So let me lay it over there. So yeah, I hope y'all were able to hear that pretty well as I was walking around the room here. Okay. So they immediately sat down for an EVP session at that point. They ended up capturing voices right then and there after having spent the bulk of the night without any activity. So something to glean from that is to not give up, right? Dark, you say off topic, but I took advantage of the Screen Factory 4K sale. Awesome. But yes, 71 says, isn't that always a great topic? Uh, so cool. You'll have to tell us what you ended up purchasing, Dirt. So the next device is a spirit box research device, which I feel like is definitely the most important part of my kit. This did not come originally with my starter kit. This was something that I had to buy separately. Little word of warning, guys, these are a little bit pricey. This one alone, I think, was 80 something dollars. And you're probably thinking, damn, Dana, 80 something dollars for essentially a transistor radio with white noise. Yeah, but it has served me well, guys. So, the Spirit Box research device. Ghost Adventures single handedly inspired an entire generation of paranormal researchers when they brought on the Spirit Box research device. I use the SB7, which this is what I have too, the SB7, because it's always the one that's recommended, which is an older model, and I found it to be immensely helpful on investigations. A spirit box is essentially a broken radio that quickly scans through either AM or FM frequencies on a radio. When it is scanning at the proper speed, you will hear nothing but white noise. How is this helpful? It is my belief that the spirit box opens up a pathway for a spirit to communicate. When you turn on your spirit box, you should start asking questions. If there is spirit activity in the room with you, then you will hear a voice come through the white noise. Okay. Again, you will not hear the voice at the time that you are doing the recordings. You will only hear it afterwards. Okay. Trust me on this, guys. If this is an intelligent spirit, then it should respond to your questions. Okay, so Randall's personal experience with the spirit box. I was doing an investigation at the famous Ashmore Estates in Ashmore, Illinois. My partner and I were sitting in what once had been a private kitchen for women and children. We had been sweeping with our spirit box for about 5 or 6 minutes while asking questions. Nothing had come through. Finally, I decided to ask the room, "Are you afraid that 2 men are in your kitchen?" Half a heartbeat later, the spirit box spoke for the first time by saying no. The voice was as clear as the day, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. The room turned into a hot spot of spiritual energy for us. Now, according to what he says there, they actually heard it, I guess, at the time. That has not so far not been my experience. That I do not hear it answering me until I go back and listen to the recording. So there you got Halloween 6 through 8, Funhouse, Piranha, The Deer Hunter. Ooh, Deer Hunter's great. And the original Candyman. So I have, let's see, I have Funhouse, I have The Deer Hunter, and I have Candyman on 4K. That does sound like a great sale, Dirt. So we're going to play around here in a little bit with the spirit box, okay? And I'm going to ask some questions. And If you guys have any questions that you want me to ask, or any of you want to come on live on the stream and ask the spirit yourself, or any spirits that might be around, that is perfectly fine too. The next thing is audio editing software. So if you plan to be in this field, then you're going to need the tools with which to properly analyze your findings. We highly suggest downloading the free software Audacity in order to enhance your audio recordings. Audacity is a simple program that will allow you to clean up your audio files and make more prominent any of the voices that you captured. Randall's personal experience with audio software. While some spirits seem to talk directly into our audio recorders, others will barely register at all. Using Audacity, I'm able to cut out as much noise as possible while boosting the frequency that our spirit is registering on. These are the tools that I make sure to have on my person at all times. I also suggest grabbing onto a nice flashlight, spare batteries for all of your devices, and a breathing mask if you're planning on investigating condemned buildings. Safety tip, guys. No paranormal evidence is worth damaging your respiratory system. So he gives a final note. When I first dive into hobbies, paranormal or otherwise, it's usually my first instinct to spend as much time and money as possible in order to prepare myself. Sometimes this quirk allows me to excel at my tasks, and other times it prevents me from even ever getting started. Be aware of your needs and avoid the consuming desire to over prepare, thereby overspending, right? And by the end of the day, all you need is an audio recorder, a location with spiritual activity, and your own voice. So if you want to get ultimately basic, there you go. Outside of the audio recorder, my other suggestions are merely that, suggestions. Okay. So I wanted to again show you some of the other things in my ghost hunting kit. For instance, this is an infrared thermometer. A lot of you have heard that when spiritual energy is around, sometimes the room will get really cold. The temperature will drop or seem to drop way below what it should be. Okay? So it is 74.9 degrees. I know y'all can't see that real good. Maybe you can there. 74.9 degrees in here now. That's normal for this room. Were I to look at this later and do another measurement and it had dropped to 30, then we could probably pretty well determine that there's something going on here, okay? And I may pull this out at different times. To measure the temperature. When I forgot and had my hand over it, it goes up to like 94.7, 94.8. It's thereby you need to be careful that you don't get your hand or any skin over top of that, because you will get a false reading. So now over here it's saying like 75.8. Now it's dropped to 74.4. But again, we can always, test things out at different points and times. I also showed you guys some, we may not get all of this out completely, but dropping crap all over the place. I know the other night, these are some headphones or earbuds. They're in there. These little light jobbies that when there's motion detected or something like that, they will light up or flicker or whatever. They're kind of like alarm things. So we can just set one here. And see if anything happens tonight. I also showed you something, the ear listens, the geophone. Okay. Which, that was weird. So it also has some earbuds and stuff with it. So you need to charge it, first of all, with the AC cable. Then to use it, you plug in the headphones into the geophone sensor, rotate the on-off knob clockwise to turn unit on. The more you rotate the knob, the louder the sound will be. Gently press the geophone sensor against a hard surface, ensuring that the detector stem is making contact with the surface, and listen for sounds. You can adjust the loudness by rotating the knob. Okay, so that's pretty easy to use. Don't know if we'll be getting that out. Maybe I'll try to get this out a little later. Okay, so that's some of the basic stuff that I've got in my kit. So when you say, yeah, you don't want my spirit guide screwing with your readings, laughing my ass off. I am not in a circle of salt, Dirk. I maybe should be, right? 71 says I'll need sage. Hey, Wes. Wes says, should you use Morton salt or Himalayan salt? Good question. 71 says kosher salt. Okay. So, guys, I am going to, and you guys be sure to tell me if anything odd were to happen while I step away. I'm going to step away for a second. I'm going to take another couple of bites of my soup. And I will be right back. I don't have too much fun while I'm gone. Okay, so hopefully I didn't miss anything, any spiritual energy while I was gone. Uh, Steve will throw salt at her. Darky said, I heard stories of my grandpa shooting people with rock salt because they were stealing from his crops. I bet that shit burns. I bet it does too. Okay, so let's get back to some spiritual investigation, paranormal investigation stuff, shall we? Um, so chapter 3, we're already to chapter 3 in this book. Hunting for ghosts is sort of like, as he describes it, painting a piece of art. You can get by just knowing the broad strokes of the field. But if you learn all of the little details, then your work will truly excel. We're going to discuss a few different ghost hunting techniques that you can employ during your next investigation. I've used all of the techniques listed below to varying levels of success. As you'll come to learn, trying something is better than nothing, right? You never know what will trigger a response from the other side. So, he talks about the burst session first. That's catching EVPs is equal parts fascinating and infuriating. Oftentimes, you won't know you captured anything until you get home to review the audio files. That has certainly been my case. Burst sessions are great ways to try and capture something on the spot. For a burst session to work, you must find a place that seems to be giving off some sort of energy. Pay attention to your body and your EMF detectors. Spirits can manifest themselves by taking your energy, thus making you feel dizzy or fatigued. Okay? Keep that in mind, guys. Even cold. If you get one of these signals, then immediately fire up your digital recorder. That's something, speaking of dizzy, getting dizzy and fatigued, that is something that I have definitely experienced back here in this room. That, again, is another reason why I think that a lot of spiritual activity, paranormal entities are back here for some reason. This area is heavy with them because I've been back here doing live streams before and gotten really dizzy. I've also gotten really tired, fatigued, as evidenced by the watch along last night. Was that necessarily spirits working on me? I don't know. I can't tell you for sure, but it is certainly possible. Reel off about 60 seconds of questions, pausing long enough between each question, and then play back the recording you just took. Have headphones with you to listen closely. You might capture an EVP that leads your investigation in a new direction. Okay, so let's try a burst session, shall we? Since, I was walking around uh, with the Gauss meter and it was going crazy in the background. It is also significantly cooler in here right now. But it still says it's pretty warm. But when I point it this way, the temperature has went down a couple of degrees. Not a dramatic drop, but it has dropped about a couple of degrees. And it feels significantly cooler back here. It might be warmer here because the computer's going, I have lights on, all of that. Okay. So I'm also going to, y'all might not have been able, you probably weren't able to see that. But as I'm doing this, it flashed, like 3 of these lights were flashing for about half a second. See, if I move it over this way, it's starting to flicker a little bit. Not exactly lighting up like a Christmas tree, but it is flickering a little more. See, right about there, a third light was going off. And I know you guys can't see it because it's out of the y'all's field of vision. So let's let's try something here. Let's let's just turn on the spirit box, because to me the spirit box, again, allows us to have some white noise, which might better enable us to hear anything tonight. Okay, so I'm just going to start this recording, and it is recording now, and I'm going to, it took just a second to click on. Okay, so there's your white noise. I'm going to set it to sweep because I found that that is one of the best ways to get this to seemingly pick up. Okay, so if you guys want to potentially ask whatever entities could be back here in this room with me right now, I know that sounds creepy, but honestly, I'm not frightened right now. Now, if something that's come flying off the shelf over there or something, yeah, that might scare the shit out of me. But and I hope these spirits aren't upset with me using vulgar language. So and you can hear little blips here and there, which could one be spirits, or it could be it just trying to pick up a radio station here and there. It could be either or. So if you guys want to have me ask whatever spirits could be here any questions, feel free to put those in the chat, and I will add them as long as, and I don't think anybody in here right now would do this, but as long as you don't needlessly try to offend the spirits, because remember, guys, I'm going to be on the receiving end of anything you could cause, and if you irritate them, guess who's going to take the brunt of that? And I really would prefer not to. So I can kick this off and just start asking some questions. So are there any spirits that would like to communicate with us tonight? Again, give it a few seconds. What is your name? How old are you? My friend 71 says that we don't want Dana ping pong. So please, I hope you guys don't get angry with me and ping pong me, okay? um, we are nice people. We're not bad people. We just want to communicate with you. So if you would like to share anything with us, feel free. I notice no one's in the chat saying anything. Everybody might be too afraid to say anything. Can you let my viewers that are watching know that you don't mean them any harm? So, guys, keep in mind too that sometimes you will hear short answers, yes or no answers, things like that. When I was in Waverly Hills, I actually heard, full sentences, like conversations they were having with one of the guides. A very good question, 71. Uh, 71, my friend 71 would like to know if there are any spirit guides here. My friend Darren wants to know uh, any of the spirits' names. Um, I hope you guys and gals don't mind being called spirits. Um, some of us are kind of new at this, um, but Darren just wanted to know your name, or if there are multiple uh, people with us, if you could let us know all your names. I mean, as far as the spirit box itself, I'm hearing a lot of little blips and blops coming through here. Again, we might not be able to hear anything really clearly until I play this audio back. Uncle Bill wants to know what the hell is going on, Dana. We are doing a paranormal investigation. I am doing a live paranormal investigation with everybody, Uncle Bill. Uncle Bill, you said this, you want demons? This is how you get demons. No, we are not wanting to talk to any demonic entities. Only innocent entities. Texas says, be careful, Uncle Bill. Yes, there. I do hear this, but a lot of times people will say, that's just picking up a radio station here and there. So I don't stress that too much unless something comes out of here that we can clearly tell is some answer to something we've asked. Okay, my friend 71 asks, is there anything you would like to tell us? I heard something really faint there. Yeah, a lot of this does sound like voices, Darren. It does. 71 says it's white noise. So, yeah, you can definitely hear some activity going on. Now, whether it's all spirits, I'm not sure. Uncle Bill, you say, me? Y'all messing with the spirit world, not me. I'm outie 5,000. So, are you going to leave, Uncle Bill? Or are you not going to stay around? Why don't you get your butt in here with me live on this? Because you didn't come to my, Uncle Bill, you didn't come to my bachelor party watch along last night. Uh, my friend 71 wants to know if you know any of our names. So I'm kind of giving a few seconds in between. 71 says he's afraid it's okay. My friend Darren wants to know what year you died. So I did hear something, couldn't quite make that out, Darren, after we asked that. You know, some of the time they could be telling us to be quiet. My friend 71 asked, is there anyone here that has passed on? Let me see if I can. I think I've got the volume turned all the way up on this 71. I will try to bring the volume up louder when we play this back. I moved it kind of closer to the monitor, so maybe the microphone from my camera will pick it up more. Darren, you say you swear you heard something? Yeah, I've heard a lot of somethings on my end. Uh, my friend Dirk wants to say, did you live, or wants to ask rather, did you live in this house? Guys, I don't know if you heard that on your end, but I heard a male voice say yes. Then I heard a female voice that sounded like they said no. So perhaps there's a mixture. 71, you say you just heard a woman's voice? That voice just, right there sounded like a child's voice to me. So anytime you guys get ready for me to stop, and by stop I mean you guys in the chat want me to stop, um, and we'll play this back and see if you guys hear anything that you didn't hear while we were doing this. That's a good question, Texas. My friend Texas wants to know if you like my streams. By streams, I mean these live streams I do. You guys are actually part of a live stream now. So it's several voices there. Uh, my friend 71 wants to ask if you know her father's name. Yes, Dark. I'm hearing multiple voices too. Darren says, this is freaky. Yes, 71. Actually, this is the most active. I've heard the spirit box. So while this is going, I'm also gonna. I was just seeing if the EMF meter. You can see that one light flickering a little bit. There was about 3 lights that were flickering. There we go. See that? It's definitely more energy in here. The temperature it's kind of went back up again. Okay, my friend Darren wants to know what year you were born. Yeah, I'm not sure what the beep was. I heard that 71. I think I might turn. Oh wow, that light is seeming to go on and off now. It's kind of strange. It was literally staying on. Now it's kind of flickering, which is weird. It wasn't doing that before. Now, dang, it's not even coming on now. So there are four little batteries in here. Okay. So since we've got so much activity going on, they may have very well drained the batteries out of this. That's interesting. Remember, I told you they would drain battery power. Um, my friend Dirk asked, "Are you from this world?" So again, I heard multiple voices. Dirk, one of the voices, it sounded like they said yes. You said the temp must have changed. It's lowering again. It definitely is doing that. It's warmer in certain areas of the room, but again, back out this way is where I'm getting the coldest temperatures. Yes, there was some talking going on there. I'm hoping. Yeah, there's quite a bit of activity going on right now. We've been at this for about 17 minutes. We could probably go on for 20 minutes and then we can try again before I get off of here and ask some more questions. 71, you think we should rewind it and see? Yeah, I'll wait about 20 minutes in and then we'll play this back. My friend Darren asked if there's life after death. That was kind of weird. I had never heard that noise before. Not sure what that is. 71, you think this is fun? Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. You're about 19 minutes in. Like I said, I'll let it run for about 20 minutes and then we'll play this back. Yeah, 71. That's an interesting idea. You say we could do this every week and see if it gets better and better. Like once a week during the daily grindhouse. If you guys want to play around with this again, we certainly can do that. It doesn't take that much effort to get this stuff out and use it. Any of you guys got any more questions before I turn this off here in a few seconds? Is anyone you suggest getting sage to cleanse the room after? I think I got some sage, so that might not be a bad idea. So, I'm going to turn this off for now. Okay. Well, we'll do another session, Darren, before I get off of here. So I'm going to name this recording by putting the date. I put EVP and then I usually put the date. So let's turn my volume all the way up on my phone. This recording, and it is recording now. Let's take a listen. And here. I'm going to take just a second to click on. Okay. So there's your white noise. I'm going to set it to sweet because I found that is one of the best ways to get this to seemingly pick up. Okay. So if you guys want to potentially ask whatever entities could be back here in this room with me right now, I know that sounds creepy, but honestly, I'm not frightened right now. Now, if something that come flying off the shelf over there or something, yeah, that might scare the shit out of me. But and I hope these spirits aren't upset with me using vulgar language. So and you can hear little blips here and there, which could one be spirits, or it could be just trying to pick up a radio station here and there. It could be either or. So if you guys want to have me ask whatever spirits could be here, any questions, feel free to put those in the chat, and I will add them as long as, and I don't think anybody in here right now would do this, but as long as you don't needlessly try to offend the spirits, because remember, guys, I'm going to be on the receiving end of anything you could cause, and if you irritate them, guess who's going to take the brunt of that? And I really would prefer not to. So I can kick this off and just start asking some questions. So are there any spirits that would like to communicate with us tonight? Again, give it a few seconds. What is your name? How old are you? My friend 71 says that we don't want Dana ping pong. So please, I hope you guys don't get angry with me and ping pong me, okay? We are nice people. We're not bad people. We just want to communicate with you. So if you would like to share anything with us, feel free. I notice no one's in the chat saying anything. Everybody might be too afraid to say anything. Can you let my viewers that are watching know that you don't mean them any harm? So, guys, keep in mind, too, that sometimes you will hear short answers, yes or no answers, things like that. When I was in Waverly Hills, I actually heard, full sentences, like conversations they were having with one of the guides. A very good question, 71. 71, my friend 71 would like to know if there are any spirit guides here. My friend Darren. Sorry, guys. Every time my screen goes off, wants to know any of the spirits. I'm going to try to make sure that this stays on for longer than like a minute or something, or whatever the heck it is. Hold on just 1 second, guys. I'll set it for 10 minutes. Names. I hope you guys and gals don't mind being called spirits. Some of us are kind of new at this. But Darren just wanted to know your name, or if there are multiple people with us, if you could let us know all your names. I mean, as far as the spirit box itself, I'm hearing a lot of little blips and blops coming through here. Again, we might not be able to hear anything really clearly until I play this audio back. Uncle Bill wants to know, what the hell is going on, Dana? We are doing a paranormal investigation. I am doing a live paranormal investigation with everybody, Uncle Bill. Uncle Bill, you said this, you want demons? This is how you get demons. No, we are not wanting to talk to any demonic entities. Only innocent entities. Texas says, be careful, Uncle Bill. Yes, I do hear this, but a lot of times people will say, that's just picking up a radio station here and there. So I don't stress that too much, unless something comes out of here that we can clearly tell is some answer to something we've asked. Okay, my friend 71 asks, is there anything you would like to tell us? I heard something really faint there. Yeah, a lot of this does sound like voices, Darren. It does. 71 says it's white noise. So, yeah, you can definitely hear some activity going on. Now, whether it's all spirits, I'm not sure. Uncle Bill, you say, me? Y'all messing with the spirit world, not me. I'm outie 530. So, are you going to leave, Uncle Bill? Or are you not going to stay around? Why don't you get your butt in here with me live on this? Because you didn't come to my, Uncle Bill, you didn't come to my bachelor party watch along last night. My friend 71 wants to know if you know any of our names. So I'm kind of giving a few seconds in between. 71 says he's afraid it's okay. My friend Darren wants to know what year you died. So I did hear something, couldn't quite make that out, Darren, after we asked that. You know, some of the time they could be telling us to be quiet. My friend 71 asked, is there anyone here that has passed on? Let me see if I can. I think I've got the volume turned all the way up on this 71. I will try to bring the volume up louder when we play this back. I moved it kind of closer to the monitor, so maybe the microphone from my camera will pick it up more. Darren, you say you swear you heard something? Yeah, I've heard a lot of somethings on my end. My friend Dirk wants to say, did you live, or wants to ask rather, did you live in this house? Guys, I don't know if you heard that on your end, but I heard a male voice say yes. Then I heard a female voice that sounded like they said no. So perhaps there's a mixture. So, I mean, when you say you just heard a woman's voice, that voice just right there sounded like a child's voice to me. So anytime you guys get ready for me to stop, and by stop I mean you guys in the chat want me to stop, and we'll play this back and see if you guys hear anything that you didn't hear while we were doing this. That's a good question, Texas. My friend Texas wants to know if you like my streams. My streams, I mean these live streams I do. You guys are actually part of the live stream now. So several voices there. My friend 71 wants to ask if you know her father's name. Yes, Dark, I'm hearing multiple voices too. Darren says, this is freaky. Yes, 71, actually, this is the most active. I've heard the spirit box. So while this is going, I'm also gonna I was just seeing if the EMF meter, you can see that one light flickering a little bit. There's about 3 lights that were flickering. There we go. See that? There's definitely more energy in here. The temperature, it's kind of went back up again. Okay, my friend Darren wants to know what year you were born. Yeah, I'm not sure what the beep was. I heard that, 71. I think I might turn, oh wow. That light is seeming to go on and off now. It's kind of strange. It was literally staying on, now it's kind of flickering. Which is weird, it wasn't doing that before. Now, dang, it's not even coming on now. So there are 4 little batteries in here, okay? So since we've got so much activity going on, they may have very well drained the batteries out of this. That's interesting. Remember, I told you they would drain battery power. My friend Dirk asked, "Are you from this world?" So again, I heard multiple voices, Dirk. One of the voices, it sounded like they said yes. You said the temp must have changed. It's lowering again. It definitely is doing that. It's warmer in certain areas of the room, but again, back out this way is where I'm getting the coldest temperatures. Yes, there was some talking going on there. I'm hoping. Yeah, there's quite a bit of activity going on right now. We've been at this for about 17 minutes. We could probably go on for 20 minutes, and then we can try again before I get off of here and ask some more questions. 71, you think we should rewind it and see? Yeah, I'll wait about 20 minutes in, and then we'll play this back. My friend Darren asked if there's life after death. That was kind of weird. I had never heard that noise before. Not sure what that is. 71, you think this is fun? Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. You're about 19 minutes in. Like I said, I'll let it run for about 20 minutes, and then we'll play this back. Yeah, 71. That's an interesting idea. You say, yeah, we could do this every week and see if it gets better and better. Like once a week during the daily grindhouse. If you guys want to play around with this again, we certainly can do that. It doesn't take that much effort to get this stuff out and use it. Any of you guys got any more questions before I turn this off here in a few seconds? Is anyone you suggest getting sage to cleanse the room after? Well, I think I got some sage, so that might not be a bad idea. Okay, so that was the recording we just did. And yes, guys, I am going to end up transferring that to my computer so that I can hopefully take some of that white noise, excuse me, if not all the white noise out, and see if I can make some sort of video. Maybe it'll just have images. I'll have to use my other computer for it because for some odd reason, my new gaming computer does not, will not run the software I've got to edit videos. Go figure. I don't understand why. And you know, I've got some of the best software or easiest software to use. But I think I do have Audacity, which is something that they recommend that you use. I've heard Audacity mentioned several times as some free software to use to be able to remove that background noise, that white noise, so that you can actually hear the voices a lot clearer. I was watching the chat as I was playing this back, and it seemed to me that you guys were enjoying this, maybe a little freaked out by it. I'll go back up here and look at. Darren says he's just turned on every light in his flat. So are all the lights still on, Darren? Because that, you know, it even gets to me at times. Texas says that scraping sounds like the guitar intro to the Smiths' How Soon Is Now. That's interesting. Um, 71 says you will be hiding under the covers later too. 71, I did hear, yeah, several voices. Dirk says he heard something. 71, you mentioned using computer software to slow the sound down. Yes, that would be another thing I'd want to try. Darren says at one point it did say yes. 71 says that was like deep breathing. 71 must have heard one of the voices say they liked them. Talking about my live streams, I guess. Dirk says, yeah, I can't make out what's being said, but I definitely hear voices. 71 says, one said I like them. 71 says, the flat's going to be well lit tonight. '71, you say I'd catch hell if I did this in my house. Plus, she's got so many imaginary children and people running around here. And maybe, just maybe, they're not imaginary. Well, actually, I've tried it with Windows 10 and Windows 11, and it will install. But when I try to open up the software, it will not work. And I'm talking about the video editing software. You say, yes, that was very clear when that one responded. Yeah. So we'll do another one of these before I get off of here for the night. Maybe not quite as long as the 20-minute one, but we will do another one in case some of you that are still in here would like to ask some questions. With that being said, I'm going to lock this door. You're probably thinking, why are you locking the door, Dana? Because if the spirits are in there, they're in there with you. No, actually, I'm not locking it for that reason. I have a fear of real live people, like live people rather than spirits, coming in, through my gate and coming in my back door if I don't have it locked. 71, you said they aren't imaginary and try walking into a dark room to shut a window. Yeah. 71, you said, before you do another one, I'm going into her room to shut her windows. LOL. Probably a good idea. So, let's see if we can get any other. That was kind of like, that was a burst session. Okay. So, there are also solo sessions. Imagine that you're a spirit. I know it's tough minding your own business in the building that you call home. Suddenly, 5 or 6 people come tromping into your room while armed to the teeth with cameras, recording devices, spirit boxes, and who knows what else. You might want to hide, right? Solo sessions can be fantastic ways to draw out shy spirits. So, whereas I heard a lot tonight, they seemed really active. Perhaps these are not shy spirits we're dealing with tonight. But it is good to keep in mind that sometimes it's a good idea to do a solo session. Whereas I would not, if I was doing a solo session, I wouldn't be live on camera, streaming, doing all of that. I have done those. So that's not going to be something that I can show you on here tonight because that's exactly what it is. It's a solo session. But if you guys wanted to try it on your own and felt comfortable, you could certainly do so. Send in an investigator or go yourself to a room completely alone. Conduct your EVP or spirit box session without any other investigator around. Sometimes the most thrilling and chilling evidence can be captured this way. 71, you say just have a rule not to say the word demons. LOL. Yeah. So I notice Uncle Bill is not talking now. So he came in here and said that. So he might have upset the what I believe to be very innocent spirits that we were talking to earlier. Third thing is trigger objects. The last essential technique you need to know involves bringing a prop to your investigation. If I were doing an investigation in an old VFW, for example, I would consider bringing in parts of a soldier's uniform. Now, granted, guys, this may be controversial to many of you. You may not want to mess around with stuff like that and have trigger objects around. Okay, really, anything from the spirit's potential area could be useful. Your goal here is to instigate an emotional response from the spirit, thus prompting them to come out and show themselves to you in some way, which could be very freaky, mind you. Number 4, your body. Most importantly, you're going to want to use your body as an instrument for your investigations. And that is not to say open yourself up to allow something to inhabit you. That's not what this is saying. You will recognize this presence of a spirit far quicker than your devices. Okay. I've been in rooms where I felt the temperature drop. My arms have prickled with goosebumps. At the same time that this is happening, I'm capturing voices through my monitor. So what this is saying is know your own body. Okay. And I never would have known it if I hadn't been paying attention. One of my most noble experiences came in an old kitchen at the Ashmore Estates. I'd been doing a spirit box session when my partner, Christopher, kept seeing orbs in his IR monitor. At the same time that these orbs were manifesting, I had begun to feel dizzy and weak. So I paused the spirit box and went over to him. Now, speaking of orbs, I don't know if I brought this up before. When Linnea, my dog that passed away in the last couple of years, was still with us, I would periodically, and I still periodically take pictures of the dogs and my other animals when they're, doing something cute or whatever. So I happened to be taking some pictures of Linnea, and it was dark. Okay. I did not see these orbs when I was taking the pictures. It was when I looked at the pictures later that I saw all of these orbs around Linnea. And Linnea seemed to sense that they were there because I was really looking at her, and it was like she knew something was there. Animals and children are super sensitive to these types of entities. There's no doubt about that. And like I said, there were multiple ones. There were probably 5 or 6 different orbs surrounding her. So they must have been attracted to her. Maybe when they were alive, they loved dogs. Maybe they loved dachshunds in particular. I don't know. But they seem to be very, very much attracted to her. Darren says, I'm blaming Dana for my electric bill tonight. Joking aside, it's pretty spooky. I'm glad I'm not there. Oh, yes, Darren. Imagine doing this in a cemetery. The only problem I have, I've never done one of these things in a cemetery, is I don't want people to think I'm being disrespectful to other people's relatives. That is mainly why so far I have just done this at home or done a little bit of investigating at places like Waverly Hills. But I'm not saying that somebody else couldn't, do this. 71, you say, I tried sleeping in a cemetery when I lived in my car. Don't do it. Probably not a good idea, right? 71. While we were talking, distracted, a voice started speaking in the audio recorder we had left across the room. I'm sorry, it said to us. I'll never know what the spirit meant, but I still get chills thinking about it. So there are other techniques that you can use. Provocation is one. This is probably going to be the most controversial inclusion, and I was thinking the same thing on our list, but we feel like it needs to be added. The act of provocation requires you to bring an angry and intense attitude to your EVP sessions. I don't think this is going to ever be something I'm going to utilize. But I'm not going to tell people not to do that on their own time. You are essentially challenging the spirit to do something, hoping their anger will pay dividends. Embrace this technique cautiously because sometimes you won't like the evidence that you receive. So, not condoning that one, okay? Night photography. If you have a camera that is equipped with an IR light or even just a flash setting, then you might want to try this technique out. Have your photographer lead the way through the halls of your building. They will take flash photographs in front of you, hoping to capture something manifesting itself in the darkness. Some wild evidence can be captured this way. Number 3 is a thermometer, like I have right here. This technique can be used in conjunction with all of the other options on our list. Basically, it is commonly accepted that manifesting spirits will leave a code spot in their wake. Having a digital thermometer with laser measuring device can help you find specific code spots and monitor them. We've been in buildings where the ambient temperature will sit around 70 degrees before suddenly plummeting in the wake of a spirit manifesting itself. I've sat there stunned while watching my thermometer drop by anywhere from 5 to 10 degrees. It's an alarming experience, but one that is well worth documenting. Darren, you say, yeah, like my friend Jamie with the Ouija board. Glass crashed 100 miles an hour against the wall. Never again. 71, you say, any of you seen Night Angel? It looks badass. I don't think I have. Darren, you say, I'm a spectator now. So another one is rituals. I'm not real big on anything pertaining to rituals, but again, if that is something that you guys want to partake of on your own time, that's perfectly fine. So Randall says, there is a part of me that is intrinsically fascinated by the concept of utilizing ancient rituals. However, as I've said over and over again, there are some doors that are better left closed. So just remember that, guys. While utilizing rituals pulled from the ancient text or while the internet may sound appealing, it isn't worth it. As experienced as well as we all may be, we aren't that experienced. Let's leave that to the experts, is what I say. Leave rituals to the church and stick to the basic techniques that we've outlined above. You'll be better off for it. 71, you say, no, not doing a ritual, and only would do it if Darren was there. Darren says the black magic stuff, that's when it gets really dark. Yeah, and I don't want to dabble in darkness. There's enough darkness without doing that. So a final note, there are numerous other techniques that I chose not to touch on in this section of the book. I'm firmly against employing anything relating to the occult. Okay. And anything other than a Ouija board, I am too. I don't believe in utilizing psychics, Ouija boards, rituals, or anything else of the like. Other folks will swear by this, but it just isn't for me. And as such, I won't suggest you. And I will not suggest that you use a Ouija board. If you want to, okay. But again, I'm not responsible for anything you might conjure up. 71, you say you put a bug in a jar going to watch it die tonight. There's my joy. Letting my song. Now, for those of you that might be thinking, it would be really cool to put together a team, a group of friends or whatever, or a mixture of professionals and beginners, and actually go out and do some investigations. Okay. So Randall gives some suggestions on that. He says you can spend your entire paranormal investigating life on your own. You don't ever need to work with another person in order to capture spectacular evidence. With that being said, we would be remiss if we didn't suggest putting together a team. Working with a group of individuals that share your passionate pursuit for the paranormal can enhance your own findings while creating an experience worth bonding over. Still, you need to be careful with those that you choose to team up with. Let's talk about establishing your own ghost hunting team. Look local. When it comes time to pull together a ghost hunting team, you are going to want to search for people that are in your area. While this may sound difficult, especially if you live in the rural Midwest, never fear. Paranormal enthusiasts are everywhere, and all it takes is a few of the right inquiries to find them. We suggest heading to websites like Facebook or Craigslist. I personally wouldn't recommend Craigslist, but perhaps you can find some legit people on Facebook in order to look for local ghost hunting teams. There are probably some in your area already. If there aren't, then consider making a page. People will find you. Otherwise, you can turn your search in to the depths of the internet. There are numerous networks for ghost hunters on the internet, and our favorite resource is paranormalsocieties.com, which this book is a few years old that I'm looking at, so I'm actually going to see if this site is still active. And it looks like it is. It's a very basic site. It has options for find a society, add a society, search about us. There's some articles, haunting assistance, and then there's some contact information. There's also a link where you can click for international paranormal groups. Experiencing paranormal activity and need help, please fill out our haunting assistance contact form by clicking here. So, there's all kinds of stuff available on here. So, and then at the bottom, it says find a paranormal group in your area. There are USA groups, click here on the left. International groups, click here on the right. So if I click on the USA groups, and then I click on Kentucky, there are a ton. I didn't realize there were this many. Louisville has GLSP, but there are other ones in different areas. There's another one in Louisville. Actually, two more in Louisville. Kentuckiana Ghostbusters and Kentuckiana Paranormal Investigation Society. So there's another one in Louisville, Kentucky Investigators Paranormal Society, or KIPS. But yeah, they're pretty much, Louisville's got a lot of them. But there are other places in Kentucky that have them as well. So, and in case Darren was interested, let's see. Wales has some. I'm not specifically like seeing the UK or anything like that, but I'm seeing Wales, Sweden, Spain, Singapore, Scotland, Poland, the Philippines, Peru, Pakistan, New Zealand, the Netherlands, Italy. Oh, there's England. So if we click on England, I have it under England instead of uh, the UK. So, Darren, you could take a look at this. There's actually one in Liverpool, Lionheart, Liverpool. I was thinking at one time you told me you were close to Liverpool. In London, there's the North London Paranormal Investigations. There's another one in Liverpool, Omen Paranormal Events. So yeah, there's a ton in England as well. A lot of these have websites that you can go to. I'm just curious if one of these. I went to one of the Liverpool ones. Welcome to Lionheart Liverpool Original, the home to Liverpool's most unique paranormal team. They have their own YouTube channel as well. So, yeah. So I would, if you guys are at all interested, I would check that out. Darren, you said there's a house in Pontefract in England that has a poltergeist. A monk. It's still active today. Wow. So when you say definitely not Craigslist, you'll find a lot of freaks. Darren, you say, I remember showing my nephew Evil Dead when he was about 10. I was looking after him for the weekend. That night I had to wait outside the toilet every time he had to go. LOL. Darren, you said there's a haunted pub a few miles from me that's pretty much one of the haunted places in Britain. Okay, so I'm not sure if he has any other websites. Nah, I guess that's the big one. Also, remember, get comfortable saying no. Some people are it's easy for them to say no, other people not so much. Me, I'm not a person that can say no very often, which is why I get overworked. The world of ghost hunting tends to collect characters of all stripes. You'll find people that legitimately have a screw loose. You'll also find some of the most intelligent and empathetic people around. When you go on a ghost hunt, you are opening yourself up to both spirits in the room and the people around you. In short, you need to be comfortable with the people around you in order to have success. If you don't click with an individual, then neither person should feel obliged to continue hunting with them. Avoid the drama. That's something that we all want to avoid, right? Some ghost hunters act like they are the main characters in some sci-fi network television show. They'll always have a story, always have an experience, and always seem able to one-up you while on an investigation. And guys, that's not really what the investigation is about, right? While we are loath to call people liars, especially in this field, you still have to be careful with whom you investigate. In a field that requires sincerity and humility, attaching yourself to a dramatically inclined individual can be a waste of time. You'll quickly learn to tell the difference between thrill seekers and legitimate ghost hunters. Number 4, set your limits. When you go ghost hunting, you have to set boundaries and know your limits. When you go ghost hunting with a partner, you have to make sure that they know your limits. If you aren't comfortable sitting alone in a dark, dank basement, then your partner needs to understand that. Furthermore, some individuals will be attracted to chasing dark spirits by using controversial techniques, Ouija boards, provocation, demon luring, and we suggest avoiding them. Real life isn't the movies, and real life ghost hunting is not something to be reckless with. Darren, say anyone seen Most Haunted, the UK TV show back in the day? I used to love it. That sounds familiar. I'm going to ask Steve about that. That sounds like something he might have a hold of some episodes. 5, identify strengths and weaknesses. Everybody in life is different, and as such, we all have our own strengths and weaknesses. Consider crafting your ghost hunting team like you would a football or basketball team. I realized early on that I was great at staying calm, cool, and focused. However, I'm naturally an emotionally closed off person. I had a friend who was interested in ghost hunting, and he was very emotionally open. He was an empathetic person, and I knew right away that he would be a great vessel during EVP sessions. So I invited him along and guided him through our haunts. He was able to pull in some great captures that I'm not positive I would have been able to acquire. Enjoy yourself. Finally, you want to make sure that your ghost hunting team is enjoying themselves. Unless you're getting paid, your focus should be on creating an experience that is positive and beneficial for everyone involved. Ghost hunting can be thrilling, a thrilling adventure, but it could also be an experience that you'll want to continually seek out. And honestly, guys, these EVPs are very addictive to me. If you work with someone who is overbearing, ignorant, or rude, then you will likely see negative results. While your focus is evidence first, your secondary focus should be to craft an enjoyable experience. Yeah, I believe we did, Darren, a show called Taps. Now, chapter 5 of this book concerns conducting your first ghost hunt. So, the biggest step in a ghost hunter's life is their first big investigation. Now, you probably already sat around your house with your EVP audio monitors. You might even have sat in on another investigation with a different crew. Now, however, we are going to talk about putting together our own investigation. I'll tell you a little bit about my first investigations, and then we'll jump into laying out the basics for your first investigation. He starts off by saying, don't make my mistakes. After capturing my first ever EVP, I decided to throw myself wholesale into the world of ghost investigating. I had an insatiable desire to grab all the gear I could find, a few willing friends, and a potentially haunted location to go to. I didn't really think things through all the way, and as a result, I hurt myself in the process. My first full-fledged investigation was in the Schiller Piano Factory, which is located in Oregon, Illinois. The building was constructed in the late 1890s, and it was a functioning piano uh, factory for a number of years. The reason I chose this location was simple. I was from the area. I knew the owner, and I knew I could get in without any trouble. How often are you going to find a hookup as good as that? It was a giant 3-storied building with a history that I could stumble through, all for free. So what did I do wrong? Okay, he's going to tell you here. Well, to start out, I definitely approached the building the wrong way. I felt that I was familiar with the area and the building, so I didn't need to do any research. This is one of the cardinal sins of ghost hunting. Know your location. Knowing the history of the location can guide you in asking the right sort of questions to instigate a spiritual activity. In regards to Schiller, all I knew was that it used to be a piano factory. I had no idea that there had been a devastating fire on the first floor of the building nearly 50 years ago. Wouldn't I have gone there if I had known? But I didn't. That wasn't the only mistake I made. So I remember Dirk saying that he wanted to get all his history and facts straight before he came on one of the paranormal experiences episodes or live streams with me. And The same goes for the ghost hunting. He's Randall says, know your location or you might miss out on some great opportunities, right? To continue on, I ended up limiting myself with the type of evidence that I could capture. I knew that I needed a digital audio recorder to capture EVP action, but I didn't know when or how often to actually run the device. So, what I ended up doing was only running my digital recorder when I was sitting down for an EVP session. What's the problem? Well, I was at the factory for 8 hours and I only ended up with about 30 minutes worth of audio on my digital recorder. You do the math. Nowadays, I bring multiple audio recorders and I always leave one running. As I investigate, I will speak into my constantly running monitor to make notes. If I come upon sudden activity with my EMF detector, then I don't even have to waste time getting out my recorder. I can just drop straight to it, which is probably what I should have been doing um, this whole time, even when the spirit box is turned off. Um, we might have been able to catch something, that because I'm looking at the camera and everything and discussing things with you, there may have been a subtle noise or something, or voice that got picked up and I would hear it later. Finally, I wasn't prepared for what I would find and what it meant to bring something home with you. I went into the proverbial lion's den with a nice juicy steak in my hands. What did I expect to happen? At the time, I had little to no understanding in regards to demons or poltergeists. I was literally traveling with my spiritual eyes closed, unaware and uncaring of what I could find. Now that I know the dangers and risks associated with ghost hunting, I can more capably prepare myself. So, those are the big mistakes that I had made when I first started ghost hunting. Are you ready to plot out your first investigation? Let's dig deep and walk through all the steps you'll need in order to follow in order to have a rock solid investigation. Okay. And guys, I promise we're going to do another uh, recording um, before I get off of here for the night. But I didn't want to keep anybody on here for too awfully long. I may try to stay on at least till about 11 and then call it a night if you guys are up for sticking with me. So, your first hunt, okay? Are you guys ready to do your first hunt now, or are you going to leave the ghost hunting to me? Find your location. If you watch shows like Paranormal Lockdown or Ghost Adventures, then you'll probably conclude that the only way to interact with spirits is by going to these elaborately haunted locations. It's true that certain buildings can be hubs for spiritual activity, but that doesn't mean you can't think small, right? Look for an older building near you. Research the history of it. If anything catches your eye, then add the building to your list of possibilities. You don't have to have deaths in the building for it to have spiritual activity. That's something good to remember. The world is old and people have traipsed around everywhere, leaving behind their energy imprints. Evaluate your needs. Let's say that you're investigating a condemned 3-story house with a limestone basement. What are you going to need for this investigation? Well, for starters, you're going to want to evaluate the time of the year that you're hunting. Is it cold out? Does the building have heat? Bring jackets, gloves, and hats in order to stay warm. Let the spirits give you the chills. Next up, you can start to lay out the building in your mind. And see, that is a good thing to remember. When I went to Waverly Hills for the first time, it was in April. But I believe it was early in April. So it's still kind of cool out. So keep in mind that this is a building that, although open to the public for tours and ghost investigations or paranormal investigations, it can get pretty damn cold at night after the sun goes down there. Okay. Um, and I don't think that they actually have the place open for you to do investigations and tours when it's the dead of winter. But still, yet, if you're there in the early spring, in the fall, you might have some cold nights. So that's something to remember. Know your location and evaluate your needs. Okay. Next up, you can start to lay out the building in your mind. How many people will be investigating? How many cameras do you need? Do you have extra audio recorders for everyone? Having your team fully equipped at the start of the investigation is the best thing that you can do for your haunt or for your hunt. Sorry. Being able to send individuals to different areas for solo investigations is an amazing feeling. Three, decide your approach. The most exciting portion of any ghost investigation occurs when the lights are off and your plan is being put into place. When I investigated the Ashmore Estates, I wanted to make sure that I gave myself the opportunity to seek out specific spirits. The Ashmore Estates had been home for the mentally ill and the physically infirm. There was a sweet little girl that lived in the house, and she tragically passed away due to a fire. I had heard rumblings that she was still in the building, and my goal for the night was to communicate with her and bring her some peace and enjoyment. So I brought a toy for her to play with. Remember when I was talking about Waverly Hills and people bring balls, or there are balls at various places in Waverly Hills that the spirits of children like to play with quite often. Whenever I was seeking out the child, I was careful in regards to my tone, the words I used, and my general demeanor. I wanted to be inviting, not intimidating. My approach into Ashmore was to be a calming presence for this child. Now look at the building that you plan on investigating and decide your approach. Hit your marks. The worst thing in the world is finishing an investigation and coming to the realization that you didn't capture enough audio or video to analyze at a later time. Before going into your investigation, make a checklist of all the rooms you want to investigate and all the techniques that you want to employ. Reference my chapter on ghost hunting techniques and utilize them where appropriate. Have multiple people try each technique to see if you get different results. The more information that you gather, the more likely it is that you will actually capture something of note. Be patient during your hunt. And I say be patient anytime, even if you're doing a solo investigation at home. Be patient. Things will happen, but they don't just happen at the drop of a hat, okay? We currently live in a world of instant gratification, and this leads us to becoming bored or disinterested at an alarming rate. When it comes to ghost investigations, you have to realize that the majority of your time will be spent sitting in silence in the dark. Of course, you should still be enjoying yourself, but this is not the quick paced action that the television shows would lead you to believe. There are literally handfuls of hours being cut from the episodes. You are seeing the highlights of what likely was a 10 or 12-hour investigation. Don't lose hope. Accept it as part of the process and learn to embrace it. Number six, analyze your findings. The actual investigation is only the beginning of your work. When you conclude your investigation, you should be leaving with hours of video recordings, hours of audio recordings, and even a couple of folders full of photographs. While this is a tall and intimidating task, it is nor your job to go through all of your data to find any traces of spirit activity. I think they mean now. There's a misspelling. It's now your job. Grab a nice pair of headphones and upload the files into your computer. Sit back and listen through each individual file while marking down the timesheet any potential findings. Wes, we're doing an investigation. I'm getting ready to do another EVP recording here in just a little bit. So if you want to hang around for that. You'll be shocked by what you find. Don't feel obligated to go through it all at once. See, that was something that I've told you guys over and over again with my experience has been I didn't even know really, other than the apparition that I caught in the death tunnel at Waverly Hills. I didn't know what I had until I got home and started examining the pictures and the footage that I had. You'll be shocked by what you find. Don't feel obligated to go through it all at once. You can even delegate some of the files to other members of your team. Well, I don't think we picked up Steve snoring earlier, so I don't think we'll pick it up again. One of my personal favorite pieces of evidence occurred when I was scrubbing through audio of my friend and I just talking between EVP sessions. We had gotten sidetracked and were discussing a different room when a voice clearly and loudly appeared on the file. Chris, clear as day and loud. This voice hissed out the name of my investigative partner. I almost fell out of my chair when I replayed the audio. This is what's called a Class A EVP. Clear, cut, and dry. No, I haven't, Wes. Okay, so he has a final note. No two investigations will ever be the same because no two spirits will ever be alike. Spirits are people, or more accurately, were people. You never know what you are going to find. Some spirits are happy to engage you, others are surly and annoyed by your intrusion on their life. Something to keep in mind. Some are sad and some are even dangerous. The best thing you can do is go in with a clear-cut plan of attack. When you are prepared, you are ready for everything. So, his closing thoughts. So you've made it to the end. Congratulations. You've read all the information that I'd wished I'd read before my first investigation. You're dipping your toes into a whole new world, literally, and what you are likely to find can be invigorating and terrifying. While this book contains enough information to get you started, it still isn't telling you everything. The best thing that you can do is approach each investigation as if it were a test and then study appropriately for it. If this was your first foray into the spiritual realm, then you are likely are having trouble digesting what you just learned. Once you interact with the first spirit, your life is going to change forever. I know that my life changed dramatically after my first experience. The fact that I was recording when I had my experience is only a benefit. I can relive the moment over and over again. Conceptually, you're going to have to wrestle with the concept of life after death. You are going to have to try to find a way for spirits to coexist, or whatever worldview you might hold. Most of all, you are now going to need to keep a level head. Now would be a great time to reach out and try to connect with other paranormal inclined individuals in order to share your newfound interest. Coming to the realization that the paranormal world is real can be a heady thing. Having someone to bounce your thoughts, new evidence, and theories off of can create a comfortable environment. Head to the message boards, go to the chat rooms, pay attention to local bulletin boards. You'll find other people like you out there. Lastly, if you enjoyed this book or found it at all useful, I would appreciate a review left on my page. That goes without saying. So, there was a little quick primer, I guess, on ghost hunting or paranormal investigations. I do have a few more minutes on here. So, how many of you guys want to have another EVP recording session? How would that sound to you? And if you don't want to do it, that is perfectly fine. We can try again at another time. Meanwhile, while I'm waiting for you guys to answer me, the temperature is going back down in here. I'm just trying to get some readings. So again, I saw this really flash a couple of times when I pointed out this way. Like I said earlier, I think the background activity is what's really going on. You can see that one light is blinking just a little bit there. It's kind of like flickering. I mean, it's not going off the scale or anything. See, right about there, there's something going on there because that's the first time that has really started flickering like that. So there's definitely some activity going on in that area. Right about where the posters are at over there. Okay. Uh what did she say? Do they have an audio book? That's the only kind I read. I don't know if this was like an ebook. Darren says, why not? Go for it. I don't have the green screen up tonight, Wes. I didn't really think I needed it because, we might have wanted to capture something that was going on behind me, and the green screen might block anything. No, this is an EMF meter. When there's spiritual activity around, um, this will pick it up. So we are picking up. We're still picking up a little activity here. I'm going to use the thermometer one more time. The temperature is definitely lower out that way too. So I'm not sure if Wes is a believer, which he may not be, which is fine. But we're going to do another little recording here. So bear with me, guys. And that was not a ghost. That was Brandon making the noise back there. So I've got the recording on. Bring my antenna up a little bit here. I'm already hearing some things. Move that a little closer to the computer monitor there. So, Darren, I forgot what the question you had asked earlier was. I may have to go back up. Oh, so Darren wanted to know how some of you died. Okay. Um, so we'll let them answer here. Okay. So they definitely were saying something. Again, probably to get clear voices, I'm going to have to actually take the white noise out of it and maybe slow it down, as 71 says. If anybody else wants to ask anything else, we're back up to 9 people in here again. Um, Feel free to put it in the chat. And keep in mind, I'm doing a forward sweep. You can also do a reverse sweep. Now, I don't think that that means that they're going to be talking backwards or anything. So I don't want to freak anybody out. I think it just reverses the white noise. So, is there anything anybody wants to share with us? Maybe a funny story or a nice story that you remember, a nice memory? So they're definitely talking. My friend Darren asked if there's a heaven and hell. Yeah, I did too, Darren. Darren says he heard a few yeses in there, so that's definitely, at least on the heaven side, that's positive. My friend Wes is talking about the Black Sabbath album Heaven and Hell. Are any of you familiar with that? So, does anybody know how many people are currently in the chat right now or are in this live stream actually? Now, some of you might think I'm full of it, but I heard a couple of voices saying 8. And we just had 8 and it dropped to 7. So, do any of you remember my name? I just heard a 7 again. So, some of the spirits must be answering the other question. Can you describe what heaven is like to us? Again, that's not ghost, that is Brandon. In case that's freaking anybody out. So I'm hearing some more voices. Can't make out everything. Brandon's rocking and rattling that door right there. Um, does anybody else want to ask anything? Good Lord, Brandon. Or maybe the spirits want to ask us something. Do you want to ask us anything? I want to do. So yeah, there's definitely some activity over in this area over here, like I said, with the where the posters are at. Um, yeah, it's going back and forth between 2 and 3 lights. The one light is mainly letting you know it's on, but then the other 2 lights are flickering. I swear, Brandon's probably freaking y'all out making all that noise. Um, I don't know what he is doing, but my friend Darren asked if poltergeist exists. 71 says, leave it to Darren to bring up Poltergeist. I thought I heard a yes in there, a woman's voice say yes. Darren, you heard a yes too. My friend Texas wants to know, are enchiladas or tacos the best? Oh, now we're getting a little darker. I thought I heard some voice say tacos, Texas. My friend Darren wants to know if any of you have been killed. So everyone says, should Darren shut his lights off tonight? I don't think Darren's going to be shutting off his lights, 71. So I'm going to be shutting this off soon. We may, although I may not play back the whole thing, I'm definitely going to keep these recordings. And at some point transfer them to my computer so that I can analyze them further. So, if anybody wants to ask anything else before I shut this off, feel free to put it in the chat. I'm not trying to freak you out, Darren, but I don't know if you heard that, but it sounded like multiple voices saying Darren. So they must like you. Yeah, I thought I heard at least three different voices say that. They're being very active again and talking. Um, Is there any a thing that you wanted to say to Darren? It seems that you guys are, you know, attracted to, I guess, whatever energy he's putting off. I heard your name again, Darren. Yeah, I did too. That one was really clear. That was unmistakable. Um, do you guys remember my name? No, I think they're all about Darren tonight. I think I heard my name briefly. Yeah, because Darren's a nice guy. Even the spirits know that. Oh, goodness. Yeah, Darren's going to be freaked out by that. Okay, well, it has been very nice talking to you guys tonight. I'm going to be shutting off the recording soon, but I did want to give you an opportunity to say a brief message before we shut this recording off. So I'm going to give you a few seconds. Okay, well, we're going to say good night for now. It's getting pretty late. So good night. And it was nice talking to you. Would you like to say good night to Darren? Okay. Yeah, I clearly heard multiple voices say goodnight, Darren. So Darren was our strong point tonight. He definitely was, and I sorry for me being distracted, but Darren, Brandon was making a hell of a noise back there, and it was very distracting. Perhaps he senses the spirits. Um, so, Darren, you said you heard it. Um, so, I probably won't play back all of this, or I may fast forward through some. Um, so, I'm going to name this recording. I'm just going to put a little 2 after it. Brandon Lee. And that was not a ghost. That was Brandon making the noise back there. So we'll listen to a little bit of
So
this.
I've got the recording on. Bring my antenna up a little bit here. I'm already hearing some things. We got a little closer to the computer monitor there. So, Darren, I forgot what the question you had asked earlier was. I may have to go back up. Oh, so Darren wanted to know how some of you died. Okay. So we'll let them answer here. Okay, so they definitely were saying something. Again, probably to get clear voices, I'm going to have to actually take the white noise out of it and maybe slow it down, as 71 says. If anybody else wants to ask anything else, we're back up to 9 people in here again. Feel free to put it in the chat. And keep in mind, I'm doing a forward sweep. You can also do a reverse sweep. Now, I don't think that means that they're going to be talking backwards or anything, so I don't want to freak anybody out. I think it just reverses the white noise. So, is there anything anybody wants to share with us? Maybe a funny story or a nice story that you remember? A nice memory? So they're definitely talking. My friend Darren asked if there's a heaven and hell. Yeah, I did too, Darren. Darren says he heard a few yeses in there, so that's definitely, at least on the heaven side, that's positive. My friend Wes is talking about the Black Sabbath album, Heaven and Hell. Are any of you familiar with that? So, does anybody know how many people are currently in the chat right now? Or are in this live stream, actually? Now, some of you might think I'm full of it, but I heard a couple of voices saying 8. And we just had 8, and it dropped to 7. So, do any of you remember my name? I just heard a 7 again. So some of the spirits must be answering the other question. Can you describe what heaven is like to us? Again, that's not ghost, that is Brandon. In case that's freaking anybody out. So I'm hearing some more voices. make out everything. Brandon's rocking and rattling that door right there. Does anybody else want to ask anything? Good Lord, Brandon. Or maybe the spirits want to ask us something. Do you want to ask us anything? I want to do so yeah, there's definitely some activity over in this area over here, like I said, with where the posters are at. Yeah, it's going back and forth between 2 and 3 lights. The one light is mainly letting you know it's on, but then the other 2 lights are flickering. I swear, Brandon's probably freaking y'all out making all that noise. I don't know what he is doing, but my friend Darren asked if poltergeist exists. Someone says, leave it to Darren to bring up poltergeist. I thought I heard a yes in there, a woman's voice say yes. Darren, you heard a yes too. My friend Texas wants to know, are enchiladas or tacos the best? Oh, now we're getting a little darker. I thought I heard some voice say tacos, Texas. My friend Darren wants to know if any of you have been killed. 71 says, should Darren shut his lights off tonight? I don't think Darren's going to be shutting off his lights, 71. So I'm going to be shutting this off soon. We may, although I may not play back the whole thing, I'm definitely going to keep these recordings and at some point transfer them to my computer so that I can analyze them further. So if anybody wants to ask anything else before I shut this off, feel free to put it in the chat. I'm not trying to freak you out, Darren, but I don't know if you heard that, but it sounded like multiple voices saying Darren. So they must like you. Yeah, I thought I heard at least three different voices say that. They're being very active again and talking. Is there anything that you wanted to say to Darren? It seems that you guys are, attracted to, I guess, whatever energy he's putting off. I heard your name again, Darren. Yeah, I did too. That one was really clear. That was unmistakable. Do you guys remember my name? Now, I think they're all about Darren tonight. I think I heard my name briefly. Yeah, because Darren's a nice guy. Even the spirits know that. Oh, goodness. Yeah, Darren's going to be freaked out by that. Okay, well, it has been very nice talking to you guys tonight. I'm going to be shutting off the recording soon, but I did want to give you an opportunity to say a brief message before we shut this recording off, so I'm going to give you a few seconds. Okay, well, we're going to say good night for now. It's getting pretty late, so good night, and it was nice talking to you. Would you like to say good night to Darren?
Okay. So that's 2 recordings that we did tonight. And I am going to soon be analyzing those. I heard several good nights there, men and women, Darren. So, yeah, I think, pretty much what I was hearing was, friendly. Um, I did see that you said you were sure you heard devil a few times. Perhaps they were talking about hell when we mentioned heaven and hell, possibly. Um, 71, you say, Darren, you should go on a panel for Ouija board night. To which Darren says, I've never gone back to Ouija board after my experience. And I don't think I would use a Ouija board again if I had had the experience that you did, Darren. 71, you say, yeah, I wouldn't either. I only touched one once. That's about it. It was my grandfather's, and we were clearing the place out right after he died, and there was this cool machete there, too. My cousin stole the board, and I wanted the machete, but I didn't get it. Darren, you said that's freaky. And you also said you heard good night for sure. Yeah, I heard several good nights, and as soon as I can get that audio cleaned up and put it on a video so that I can accurately share it with you guys, because for some reason, maybe I should ask Wes, I can't figure out how to just share audio with you guys. So maybe I can figure out how. Maybe Wes or somebody else can tell me. I'm going to take a couple of readings of the temperature, especially over there where we were having a lot of the EMF activity. So it seems about a steady 75 degrees in here. I'm going to take one more. I'm still getting some activity over there in that section. I know you guys can't really see that too good. but there were a couple of lights that were blinking. Right about there is where or my meter is sensing the activity there. But I think actually the activity has slowed down. Um, and I could tell by, I mean, the voices were pretty chatty most of the time on both recordings, but I did kind of get the feeling that they were slowing down a little bit about the time I turned off that second recording. Um, so guys, I stayed on here a little bit longer than I intended to, but I got started playing back that recording. I was like, what the hey, I'll leave it playing. So I hope you guys, there's still 7 people in here. I hope you guys enjoyed this tonight. Perhaps I will do another extensive one of these later on in the year. Um, Maybe in the fall or something like that. I can do another extensive one where we get out all the equipment and try it out. So I hope Darren and some of the rest of you aren't freaked out so much that you can't sleep tonight. I know it is super late for Darren. It's probably up in the morning at wee morning hours for him. So probably it will be light soon. So he won't have to be freaked out very much longer. Um, but I enjoyed this. I had a lot of fun. It's in a lot of ways, it's a lot more fun to do this with you guys being in the chat and being able to hear, being able to see things like with the EMF meter. Um, 71, you say it's not like Darren will sleep anyways. I hope he gets some sleep. Well, thank you, Texas. You said that was a great stream. I am glad you guys enjoyed it. I hope nobody was too freaked out by it. I hope people that watch this later on replay don't get freaked out by it. Darren, you said this was fun, I think. Um, and that's what I wanted it to be. I didn't want it to be anything terrifying for you guys. I was hoping that nothing too weird would happen or too bizarre would happen um, during this process. Um, 71, you say, I found it enjoyable that spirits didn't attach to me and went to Darren, LOL. I mean, like I said, I believe we were dealing with some friendly spirits tonight. I don't think we were dealing with anything malevolent tonight anyway. That might not always be the case. But these seem to be friendly conversationalists pretty much because like I said, that is the most active I have noticed as far as EMF readings, the spirit box, um, yeah, all of that seemed a lot more active tonight. Which leads me to believe that maybe my experiences would be more plentiful if I did more of these streams. Maybe we're not dealing with shy spirits. Maybe we're dealing with spirits that want us to know they're there. And so they think, okay, this is a wider audience. We better show ourselves so we can prove that we're around. But like I say, people are going to call bullshit on it. Some people are not going to believe, and I'm fine with that. I don't expect everybody on the face of this earth to believe in this stuff. Um, and there are some people also that are on the fence about it. And I don't think really that my live stream tonight is going to sway people one way or the other. It may, um, but I think that's probably only the case with people that were really going to be swayed one way or the other, and they were almost to that point, and then they watched this. Um, so, um, with all that being said, I am getting really tired and I'm starting to feel dizzy. So maybe the spirits are active again. Or maybe not. They seem to be calming down quite a bit. Uh, Darren, you say I should watch that Paranormal Scholar channel on YouTube. She's UK and great. I'll have to check that out, Darren. I'm going to take one more temperature reading. It's still about 75.5 back here. Um, but again, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Perhaps you'll go back and watch this live stream on, playback. Maybe you'll see something behind me other than Brandon bumping that door back there. Um, yeah, 71, I agree. You said that's good that it's calming down. You don't want shit stirring. Yeah. Um, and besides that, I don't want anything, going bump in the night because I got to get some sleep. And I haven't been getting good sleep because Darren's been, I keep saying Darren. Brandon has been so active. Sorry, Darren. It was the spirits that were saying your name so much. It got me to keep saying your name when I mean to say Brandon. You have a good one too, Darren. And on that note, I'm going to skedaddle on out of here for the night, and I will see everyone on the flip side. Y'all have a good night now.